And we're live. Live from Running Away From Me, is named by Jazzy. It's the third show of the very, very, very rarely tour. Hey, the bodybuilder Tubi Stongneck is here. How you doing, bodybuilder Tubi Stongneck? Oh, can you talk? I don't know if you can talk.
Yo, kid.
Looks like you can. Hey to Jazzy and Antmoz and Chucky's here. Mr. Roberts here. Daniel Muty's here. Pierre TV's here. BTN Gaming. And Mjolnir's here. How's everyone doing? I went shopping yesterday. One of my least favorite things to do is shop, but I don't mind it quite as much when it's for when I'm shopping for props. So I went to a whole bunch of thrift stores, which I think is going to be a regular sequence on the YouTube show. Is we'll go to a thrift store with no agenda, with a very tiny budget, maybe $5, and see what we can get for a video. But I had specific things I had to get. I had to buy some dress shoes because I lost several pairs of dress shoes. I know I'm gonna find them right after I do the video with them where I need them. But I found that, I'm no fashion connoisseur, as you all know, but I found a pair that I think would be fine for $6, so I was pleased with that. And then when I bought this little toy, I don't need the Jeep, or is it? Yeah, it's a Jeep. I needed the wheels. I need the wheels. Because I was going to buy a package of wheels. It was going to be, I was going to spend like $8 and I'd get 20 wheels. All I needed were 4 wheels. So I'm going to pull the wheels out of this. But this was 99 cents, which I think I was ripped off, but it's better than $8 or $7. Oh no, Mjolnir's working on data recovery. That's no fun. That's no fun. And there is Pierre. He says, first day I can draw. Pulling lines, oh, you got muscle spasms? After last show, I tried to refill an ink bottle. I had a spasm, whole bottle emptied on you. I took a break, started again slowly. Carbon-based body. Yeah, sorry about that. Did you at least get a good what are they called? Rorschach test? Did your whole body become a Rorschach test with that ink? But I hope you recover quick, Muty. When I was in college, I made money doing psychological tests. I did it for a while until I did one that was really disturbing, and I didn't want to do anymore. You can't, because you don't know what they don't have to be honest with you. Well, I don't know what the ethics are, but they can tell you they're testing one thing, but actually be testing something else. So you don't know what you're going in for. I remember I took one test and they were showing images. You were supposed to do something or react. I don't remember what it was. And it was just, it was like just adorable images for like 5 minutes. And then they showed this horrific, I don't know, scene of violence or something after, 50 images of teddy bears or something. Mutus is kind of close, mainly my face and chest area. My favorite shirt became my new art shirt. Yeah. My pink spray paint arrived, so I have to be careful I don't ruin my shirt with spray paint. I got another package of bags slightly different brand, I think. Once again, they're all folded. So, now I'm half thinking, well, am I going to have to reinforce them with cardboard? It's becoming so much work. But it's a critical... I'm going next a week from tomorrow. I'm gonna go do a 2 or 3 day trip up to what's it called? It's a county in northern New Mexico where there's a lot of cool stuff to see. It's where Georgia O'Keeffe had her ranch. I don't think I'm gonna go to her ranch, but it's in that area. And I had this idea that I'd forgotten about for the show. And I found an amazing place to film it. But I don't know if I might get in trouble. So I decided this needs to be the last thing I film, so that if I get in trouble, I filmed everything else. And it won't be a disaster if I'm detained. I don't think I'll be detained, but I don't know. You never know. I mean, I won't get detained, but they might ask me to leave. Just because they might say it's not safe, what I'm trying to do. But I'm definitely boxing myself in because I'm going to film most of the talking stuff while I'm up there. But I won't have filmed some of these segments that I'm going to be introducing. So if those segments are going to have to work because I'm not going to go back and change the introductions. So the paper bag stuff I'm not going to film until probably the week after that. Anyway, Ms. Rars, do we need an ETC bail fund? we might. It's funny. I'm pretty risk averse when it comes to legal things. For the most part, I'm not risk averse when it comes to risking my own well-being, But when it comes to the law, I tend to be fairly risk averse, like most people, But when I have an idea, that aversion to risk becomes secondary to my desire to realize that idea. It's like with this show. In real life, I would never take on the amount of debt I took on to keep this show going. Never. I can't imagine any circumstance. but when it's in a creative project, it's like, okay, where's the dotted line? I'll sign my life away. Let's see. To create new song. This is Roswell. No, Roswell is southern New Mexico, right? I always forget where that is. No, I'm going up to, I might change my mind, but most likely I will be going up to Rio Arriba County, that area. Because it's not that far from me, but it's lots of cool stuff. Because this geography is my worst subject in school and life. I mean, I don't think anyone expects you to know New Mexico geography. Beauty. I mean, 99% of Americans, 99.999% of Americans probably would not be able to find, would not even know where Roswell is state-wise, and you're in Europe. You're already ahead of. I'm sure your geography is better than 99 out of 100 Americans. American geography. Yeah, where is Roswell? Let's see, Roswell. I believe it's in the south. South Mexico. South New Mexico. Yeah, so it's in the southern right corner. Well, yeah, if you divide New Mexico into thirds, it's a one of the lower third horizontals. I don't know if I've been there. I have been to. Oh, I must have driven through there because I've been to Carlsbad. I've been to Carlsbad Caverns. Has anyone been to Carlsbad Caverns? It's this huge underground cavern system, and you can walk through it. It's awesome. I remember there were lots of people. I didn't like that, but a lot of cool tourist places have lots of people, which is a negative. I saw some tech, software tech, which where how was it working? You could go to famous tourist spots and take your own photograph, and then because there's so many photographs of that place, they were using machine learning to remove all the people from the photograph, from where there's tons of crowds, and they just using other photos they. Machine learning. Whoops. There we go. Tubi says echo, echo, echo. He says out of YouTube, you know what's really popular? True crime. But if you do true fake crime, but in your Serial Valley style. True fake crime. Yeah. Yeah, we should do that. I was thinking, Muti, I want to do, this will be down the road, but I want to do a thing where I do on the YouTube channel every single YouTube style of video. Every single one. So makeup tutorials, unboxing, competitions, everything, reaction videos. So we could do a similar thing where I do every single style genre of movies and TV and documentary. I guess true crime is usually a documentary thing, right? ASMR, yeah, I'll do ASMR, Mr. Robert. And obviously there'll be a little quirk to them. I'm not going to just do it, or maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I will do a makeup. I mean, in my what's it called? Your shopping cart on Amazon. I have a eyeliner pencil. I've never used eyeliner. And I'm going to have to learn how for this one segment. For 8 seconds of footage, I'm going to have to learn how to do an eyeliner. So then I might as well, once I know how to do it, I should do a makeup tutorial, Because I'm sure there's tons of middle-aged men who are wondering how to get the perfect smoky eye. And they want to learn from someone who looks like them. The same level of haggardness. Haggardness? Can I say that? Can you add ness to any adjective? Reginald Delworth is unboxing package of Oreos. Yeah. Jabson, thanks for the request. I don't do requests. I do live improvisation where chat helps me make the music. So there's lots of things to request, but I don't do. It's not songs. But thank you. If you want to hang around, you can see how it works. We're going to start getting into one of these in just a moment. But I do appreciate you dropping in and requesting, though. Potato-ness. Yeah, you can say that. It's just got that potato-ness that we were looking for when we created these hors d'oeuvres for the queen. What am I looking for? Oh yeah. So I was watching. I have now watched makeup tutorial videos. I watched one on how to. I mean, it was tough because I had to watch some handsome 20-something man get it from a makeup artist, right? Which I don't have a makeup artist to help me, and I'm not a handsome 20-year-old man. So I did feel very jaded watching that video, and I would have felt a lot more comfortable. So I'll have to keep that. I have to remember to do that, yeah. Reginald Delaware says Bohemian Rhapsody or Rito. Hey, Reginald Delaware. He says trick shot video. Yeah, trick shot video. We could do frisbee trick shots. Yeah, yeah. What could I do? What could I do that would be it could be a true crime. We could combine true crime and trick shots. And we do a reenactment because there's a serial killer who attaches blades to his frisbee. we have a reenactment. There's going to be a little reenactment in my YouTube, the first episode. I'm going to probably film it tomorrow. Yeah, there's going to be a reenactment. I forget, are reenactments usually in black and white? How do they make it clear it's a reenactment besides just using huge text that says reenactment, which I'll do. But are they usually black and white? Has anyone watched one of those shows recently? He says uses dramatic overlapping footage. I'm not sure if it's a very short reenactment. I don't know if there's really only one shot that I can do. Well, yeah. No, now I'm thinking of a second shot I could do. I mean, I just had the idea for this yesterday, so I haven't really thought it out too much. But I suppose there's two shots. Now that I think about it. Pierre, what's your BPM range? Looks like you already got a fast one in the bag. I should have asked you already, but I didn't see that. So I guess you get two fast tracks. Uses overlaying images. You see a person crying or something, and the siren's overlaid with opacity. Oh yeah. How could I? I guess the promise is not a reenactment of a bad thing. It's just a reenactment of a thing. Well, it's a thing that some people would think is bad. But the twist, well, it's not a twist, but for me, it's not bad. But for most people, it would be bad. So how do you convey that? That's tricky. I should still, even though it would make any sense, Muty, I probably should have siren, even though it has nothing at all to do with crime at all. That might be really funny to have us. It'd be so random. 180 to 200, Pierre. 16 beats. You want 16th notes? How about we do 8 notes, but I do 16 notes in the hi-hats. How about that? Let's see, what am I doing here? Yeah, because I'm doing 8 notes for this 170. Deal? Okay. I'm betting, I could be wrong. I'm betting that most of the fast music you like, Pierre, is it has 16 notes in the hi-hats, but probably is more quarter note, eighth note based in the kicks and the snares. Unless you're listening to crazy drum and bass, but even crazy drum and bass, still a lot of the emphasis is on the eighth notes, not on the 16th notes. The 16th notes are more for the flavor as opposed to the really generating the beat. But I don't know I don't really know my electronic genres very well, so I could be spouting nonsense. Here's Kishkishka. Okay, and then we've got Chucky Juggernaut. We got our beats. Whoops. Why'd that happen? Oh, did I not show our beats on screen? What did I do? Did I not show any of that on screen? We're on the trance remix. Sorry, I got ahead of myself. Well, I'll show them quick. This was Kush beat, and then here is Chucky's beat. I pushed the wrong button. No, I was about 10 steps behind. I jumped the gun. I wasn't even on that part of the show yet. Again, this is why I need an assistant to make sure that everything's moving smoothly. Right, Tubi? Sound. I think I got a splinter in my finger. I was going at it with a tweezer and I couldn't find anything. But it's painful. Anytime I put pressure on that finger. Sharp shooting pain. Fretless Wonder from Muti. And then Refried Greens from Muti. Jazzy, for lack of a better name. And then Jazzy with Florida Ha. Now, my concern with this thing I want to shoot that I'm a little worried about is that it's on a pull-off sort of. I just was scouting on Google Maps and I found a place that I love the backdrop to, but I need a lot of gear. But it's a very narrow road and there's a little place where you can sort of pull off. But I think the vehicle. I don't know if I'm better not having the vehicle there or not. I don't know if I'll draw more attention to myself if there's a vehicle or not. If there's not a vehicle, I'm going to have to walk about a half mile with some really heavy gear, big things of metal, among other things. So it'd be a lot easier to pull right up, but I don't know. I don't know if it's the safest. And then we got Same Day Flight from Mr. Robert. It's things like this where you want to have things really well planned, so that not like everything from the setup to the shooting, so that you can do it in like 3 or 4 minutes before anyone comes. You can get the shot you need. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Wait, and that's a fast sound, isn't it? that fast. 80. Let's do it. Let's see what it sounds like that. I don't know. He says, if you every type of YouTube video, will we also do a how to produce video? Yeah. So like I said, my hope is that if I just every once in a while do videos that sort of that appeal to a broad audience, I don't mean broad is not the right word, but a niche audience, the opposite of broad. But any niche audience is broader than whatever I do. But I mean, it's like broad in the niche and then whatever I am, which is sort of a tiny speck within niche, I guess. So I'll be able to talk about, life on the road, traveling, van life type things, producing in small spaces, producing on the road, I'm sure there's tens of people that are in the situation I'm in, trying to produce variety shows while on the road in a small vehicle. Tens of peoples. Many tens of peoples. I mean, I have about 10 Gmail accounts, so me alone is an enormous audience for my own videos. Medes. Hey, Doug. He says, what if you have 3 huge letters in blue, a T, O with a post-it attached to it with another O and a B? And you call it Tube Talk, and Tubey does TED Talk type stuff. Yeah. Just 1 second. Let's see. Oh, Danny muting him sound. Hi, you too. I just got it. Doug Dinosaur. Send this bow. For lack of a better name. I was messing around with the new color tools in Premiere. It's so easy to change the color of the sky. It's incredibly easy to change the color of the sky. It's scary how easy it is to change the color of the sky. It's going to take every ounce of strength not to change the color of the sky in every other shot to red or blue, or, well, blue makes sense. Red or green or yellow. I'm going to have to use all my self-control. Speaking of self-control, time to etceterate. Thank you. Thanks for those calps. Titles. Mjolnir with the last domino. Chucky Dino Dancing. Oh, wait, what was the BPM you wanted? Pierre, I already forgot. It was a 160 to 180? Was that what you wrote? Doug Dinosaur, Napoleon Domino Might. Jazzy, Rolling Release. 180 to 200, okay. Okay. Wait, okay, let's get the pull up on the board. Uses the 64th hi-hats of possible night music. Really, yeah, it depends on the BPM. You mean like an actual drummer? Drummers will definitely, especially at slower BPMs, you'll have drummers do stuff like that, yeah. But it's also relative, right? 64th notes at 70 beats per minute is not, you'd be able to hear the notes. I don't know, I think at 200 you might not be able to even hear the distinction. I don't know whether, I forget where the line is. What am I looking for? Yeah, I was messing around with, I wanted to, I think most of the shots will be lockdown shots. Lockdown meaning, on the YouTube show, lockdown meaning on a tripod. But I'm going to do a few things with a selfie stick. That was actually, it can be a monopod. I'm going to hold a monopod, but the camera I got, I knew this when I got it. It doesn't have great image stabilization built in. So I was testing, I was filming, I was walking today, just trying it out, filming in 4K. So I can use image stabilization. And the way image stabilization works is that it zooms in a little bit. so that it can rotate the image to accommodate. And it has to zoom in because there's no, if it rotates, you're going to have black, because the image doesn't fill the frame. So it zooms in so that it can turn it and it still be on frame. I didn't love it. It didn't look amazing, but it definitely looked better. I used some titles as lyric inspiration. I took Dominoes from Chucky's Dominoes Called. I think Chucky was talking about the pizza. I was talking about the bricks. Danny Moody, I took Bubbles from Blowing Bubbles at Clouds. That the bubble part, the dominoes thing, I think I sort of had it in my mind before I started singing. The bubbles part, I didn't really know what I was going to sing, and you can hear that pause before I sing "Pop That Baby" because I didn't know what was next. I was definitely going flying blind. Pop that baby, you hear that sound. It makes sense, I guess. Meaty says domino style sounds like the pizza. Well, no, it's because knock me over, baby. Knock me over, domino style. It's the previous line that sets it up. Knock me over, baby, domino style. What was it? Set me up straight in the line, knock me over, baby, domino. It's pretty obviously not pizza, come on. Although maybe it is, I don't know. Let's see. Hey, mucho más. And Trialius, how are you? Welcome. I think this one time I was zoning out, singing something else, and that was a different time. I knew he sang. Because I was thinking about, thinking about something else musically I was gonna do, and I was just on autopilot, and I started to sing "Knock Me Up," baby, which has a very different meaning. I think I stopped myself just in time. I don't know, or maybe I didn't. I don't know what I did. All right, so to knock me let's see, what are we doing? We had voice. Chucky's just knocked me over from eating too much Domino's pizza. Let me shout out some other titles. Amp Mods with Diatonic Dominoes. Pierre, good story, brother. Danny Moody, shave your dominoes. Chucky, the right sauce. Doug Dinosaur, Pie Seas. Jazzy, some beach in Toledo. What do y'all think is the funniest name for a city? I think it's Boise. My vote is Boise. I think Boise's the funny, but Toledo is sort of funny sounding too. Toledo. But Boise. Muty says, it's pronounced Butte, isn't it? Doug says we're going to have to change show rating if you're going to sing lyrics like knock me up, baby. Yeah. Yeah, this is no longer family friendly. Well, it is sort of. I mean, we're making a family, right? I think that's family friendly. Jazz says, hell, Michigan freezes every year. Pierre says, I'll be automated if I write the names. Sugar says, Timbuktu. Yeah. Mo, it can be anything. Yeah, any sort of name. Oh yeah, Kalamazoo's good. Oh, Tokyo. Yeah. Doug Dinosaur is now mass production, and Daniel Muti is mutifactured. Bodybuilder To Be Strongneck wants to be known as Agar Sunfire. Isn't there Hagar the Horrible? That's a cartoon, right? Hagar? Jazz says Pyongyang. Mass production says Albuquerque. Jazz says Piscataway. There it was. He said, knock me out. Okay, Custom Stash says, hey kid, I've been to Boise and they make sure that you know it's pronounced Boise. Boise? Not Boise. Oh, that's too bad because Boise is so much better than Boise. Boise? Ah. I might have to keep saying Boise. I might have to keep mispronouncing it. Boise? Boise. Jazz says, I'm in a funny city named Juneau. This is off C. Oh, it's so disappointing. I feel like my life can be divided into two parts. The part when I thought it was pronounced Boise, and now that I know it's not pronounced Boise. I think I'm going to go with cognitive dissonance and insist it's Boise. I can't reconcile. Oh, let's see. Title. Okay, let's do it. Well, you know what? You've saved me, Custom Stash, because inevitably I'm going to use I actually have some scripts for this YouTube show, not this first episode where Boise appears. And I'm inevitably going to have people tell me I'm saying it wrong. And now I'll be able to say, I know I'm wrong, but I choose to pronounce it wrong. So it won't be about ignorance. It'll be about willful ignorance, right? Is that better than ignorance? Willful? Not really. And Doug managed to get a pun on. I knew it was a pun. I figured that one out. Napoleon Domino Might. It was Custom Stashes, and you're welcome then, yeah. Napoleon Domino Might. Didn't Napoleon Dynamite have a tiny budget? Sort of, it's inspirational in that regard, right? Napoleon Dynamite budget. $400,000. That sounds like a lot of money, but for a film, that's like buying a car for $5. You know, Well, not really. It's like buying a $20,000 car for I don't know, $1,000 or something. Custom Sash it looks low budget. It does, but it looks pretty good though. I think it looks pretty good. I mean, because they shot it on film, right? It was still shot on film. It wasn't shot on one of those old what was the camera a lot of people were using for indie stuff? It was a Sony. They used the little tapes. Indie stuff generally looked really, in my opinion, really bad until I think it was 2011 when DSLRs changed the game. I was part of that change because me and many other people started production companies when that happened. And there was this period about 3 or 4 years where we were just beginners. I don't just mean me. I mean all of us who got these little tiny wimpy looking cameras, and our stuff looks so much more professional than the established companies in all the cities and stuff. Not the companies who were doing big budget stuff, right? But the video production companies who were doing, your local TV advertisements and that kind of stuff. DSLRs just leapfrogged that whole industry. It was crazy time. I'm sure they were pretty annoyed at first. It was an awkward period too, because we'd get hired for jobs because people liked the footage, right? And then we show up with these little tiny cameras, and people, it would be awkward. They thought they were getting ripped off because they were used to these huge video cameras, That was his best movie ever. Even had a guy in a van. Oh right, wait, the guy, the karate guy, right? Is he the one who lives in the van? I haven't seen it since 2004. I think. Milestones. Mass Productions. 1300 Sound. Uncle Rico. Media, so what was your favorite camera to use back then? Well, we got our start on the Panasonic GH1. If I remember, I might have the history a little wrong. I think one of the very first cameras that shot video, and the key was you could put lenses on these things. That's what made it magical, is you could put on lenses so you get shallow depth of field really easily, which is, one of the shortcuts to making something look cinematic. Not always. Sometimes cinematic is very deep focus. But we got these, I got a Nikon D70, I think, first. Briefly, and I think I sold it or returned it, I can't remember. And then we got GH1s. That's how we got our start as a company. And then we upgraded to GH2s, which is what I use for the show. These cameras are very old. These are, 9-year-old cameras, 10-year-old cameras. Then we started shooting it on Canon 5D Mark IIs. Then we started shooting. Then we got a Sony FS700. And then we started renting at the very end. And just before I said this is not what I want to do with my life at all, we were starting to shoot on Reds. And we might have done one shoot on an Alexa. So those are cameras that cost $100,000. We didn't own them, we would rent them. I really hated. I don't like film shoots of any kind, but I especially did not want to be doing stuff advertising. It made me so miserable. I mean, it's one of the things. I started this company originally. We were shooting bands, filming live music, which I loved. Although eventually it sort of becomes not that challenging, from a filmmaking point of view. And then we did some a few music videos, but we were really in debt, crazy in debt. Sound familiar? I have a pattern. And then we started we had to do commercial work to get out of debt. But it made me miserable. I have no problem with other people doing it. It's just for me personally to spend my life trying to sell things. It's not good. Custom Sash, remember that you would have to get a speech from the videographer. Yeah, it doesn't look like much, but trust me. Yeah, I think people are used to it now. Are more used to it. And there's all sorts of things you can make a little camera look more impressive, You can show up with a whole rig, with a follow focus on your little tiny DSLR, and you can have a big monitor. And then as soon as you have an external monitor, people assume you know what you're doing. And especially if you got follow focus. But for a lot of kinds of work, it's absolutely ridiculous to have that much stuff. Absolutely ridiculous. You're having to just haul around so much gear. It takes longer to set it up. It's silly. There are so many times when just holding the camera is the best option, better than a gimbal, or certainly better than a dolly or something for some. Okay, but then there are some things when you need that stuff, for sure. Let's see. You got auto modded? You on there? What did you? Let me see. Sorry. So what it is, Mule, is your. I can't see with the text if this is your. Yeah. It tells me why it was auto modded. It's using machine learning. It sees certain words and it's assuming the pattern is questionable. Well, there's 4 words that it thought were questionable. They're totally fine. In a different context, they would be problematic. I'll let it through. Sorry you got automated though. Okay. Means I can see 3 words that are fine without context. Where's the hi-hats? They're all in the wrong place. Make my life very difficult. Oops, what happened? Why'd that happen? Okay, so our deal was I get 8 notes, but If I'm going to do 16 those in the hi-hats, right? That was the deal. Someone enlighten you, Mjolnir? Well, one of the issue you were talking about filmmaking gear. One of the words that the Automod did not like was tripod. It also didn't like that in your sentence you also used the word, I think, huge, and you also used the word tiny. It highlighted these words that were not right next to each other, but it was very suspicious. And then there was another one that was highlighted. Let's see. Okay. Which, when I saw it highlighted, I really had to rack my brain, and I'm not even sure if I know what it is. But I was like, I think that's why it was highlighted. Maybe I don't know if that's actually a phrase, but okay. Let's see. Drum kit is the etc. kit, and our hi-hats. Oh yeah, I figured out how to I mean, it's a hack, but I figured out a way to get my extra notes. Although that loses, then we lose. Oh, now I'm in trouble. I shouldn't have done that. Oh no. Okay, yeah, I didn't really figure it out, I guess. Wait, oh wait, did I? Oh, it's back. Well, now I can't get what I need to get. Oh, now I've lost it? There's got to be some way to work, some workaround for this. This is really annoying. Is there anything I like about the new Ableton? I don't think there is, right? Just this huge annoyance. Okay, Mr. Robert? Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. Here it is. So I promised 16 notes in the hi-hats. I shouldn't have promised 16 notes. Mr. Robert. And then we have All Alas Reunion. That doesn't seem right. What is it supposed to be? Mass production? All Fours? All Fours Reunion? All Fours. City tiles inspired, sure. Doug, yeah, use a city title in your city in your title. I was right. Alas Reunion. This is right click menu. I don't see anything. Wait, maybe that's it. No. Zoom out clip completely. No. What if I do right click? No, I can't right click there. No. Okay, we got our beats. I mean, that's always a good guess to right click. Sounds, we've got muted electric bass. And then from Mr. Robert, vintage synth brass. From mass production, sacred chills. Jazzy funky tomato jam. Oops, that's not it. What was it? 188. Mr. Robert, Final Junkies. And then Jazzy Future Screamer. Y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, we got a featured sound. Really cool, complex pad. I'm getting used to Boise. Boise. Maybe it's funnier. Maybe Boise's funnier. Boise. Jazz's kid is a 2-track mind. One of them is currently stuck on Boise. You know another funny word? Doilies. Doily, that's a funny word. Now, doilies are the I don't know what purpose they have. They're sort of white and they have these intricate designs. What do you use doilies for? Am I saying the right word? Doily. Yeah. It's an ornamental mat, typically made of paper or fabric, and variously used for protecting surfaces or binding flowers. Doily. It has 4 different, on Wikipedia they list 4 different alternate spellings. 4. So for a total of 5 different spellings of the word doily. That's the English language for you. A word for which there's 5 reasonable spellings for the word. D-O-I-L-Y, D-O-I-L-E-Y, D-O-I-L-I-E, D-O-Y-L-Y, D-O-Y-L-E-Y. But that's not even all the possibilities. It could be D-O-Y-L-I-E. Meaty Fashion says best word ever is squeegee. I won't be convinced either way. Milner says my grand put the cake plate on one. Oh, is it a French word? Oh, maybe that's the issue. Well, Wikipedia, according to Wikipedia, which who knows, maybe today somebody trolled the Wikipedia page, but according to Wikipedia it says Doily was a 17th century London draper. D-O-I-L-E-Y was his name, who made popular a woolen stuff at once cheap and genteel, introduced for summer wear in the latter part of the 17th century. At the time, it was used as an adjective, as in doily stuffs or doily suit. Later, usage shifted to refer to small ornamental napkin used at dessert, known as a doily napkin. Doily. Maybe I'll have a 30-second segment on the YouTube video sometimes where we just talk about some random thing like doilies, what a doily is, and the history of the doily. And what will be unique is that I won't be doing it in a studio. I'll be filming it in Boise. How about that? That'll be the theme. I'll always film in a city that rhymes with things that I'm talking about. How's that? So I guess if I'm in if I'm in Boston, what rhymes with Boston that I could talk about? Okay. Maybe this is Boise doesn't rhyme mine with doily. It does the way I say it. Jazzy says lox and bagels. Today, I'm in Boise, here to talk about the mighty doily. Next, we'll be taking a trolley to the city of Ollie to talk about the origin of the lollipop. You know, this is in Boston, you don't need a rhyme, you need a tea party. With proper scones, damson jam, and clotted cream. Did we ever talk about that idea we'd have a fake history event created by in Batak history or something? In 1927, a young man hitched a ride in a train, found himself in Boise. He was full of ideas but cash poor, and he was tired of being cash poor, so he had an idea. He invented the doily. Unfortunately, he didn't patent the idea. Someone else got the patent, so he remained cash poor, but happy because he lived in Boise. It's not all about money, it's where you live, how you spend your time, and okay, here we go. Hey, cool reason. Oh, I'm all wound up here. And then when I'm in San Francisco, I'll do a video where I talk about the origin of Crisco. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Titles. And mods with tossing the wavetable. Hey, Hugwin. Hugwin with product. Cooperation with Topeka around the corner. Mjolnir Bass in Boise. Okay. He says you've changed. Did you say Boise? I know. I'm no longer an idealist. I'm a pragmatist now. All decisions going forward will be practical. Hey to So Homage and Weird Geckos. Let's see some other titles. Weird Geckos, Dirty Doilies. Miss Roberts, Siren Head. So Homage, Building Block Party Favors. Mutifactured Big Boise Pants. Oh, I said Z again. Whoops. I guess I haven't totally changed. Chucky with Kansas City, Here I Come. Mass Production, Helena Handbasket. Helena Handbasket. Ham Mods, Insight into the Singularity. Jazzy, I've got it. I have a date in Dayton. Mjolnir fending off the Velociraptors. Mjolnir is now Molotov Cocktail. Molotov. So Homage. He says we also do reviews. Oh, whoops. What happened? I think we might not have enough drum loops from people who haven't requested drum loops. Is that possible? If you've not got a drum loop yet today, can you make a drum loop request? Yeah, we're out of drum loops. I'm not sure if I'll do reviews, but I think Suddenly Penguin's going to do reviews. Tubi might do some reviews. I should have got Tubi a tux when I was at all the thrift stores. Oh, cool reason I checked out the video you shared. It's really nice. My van will not be anywhere even close to close to that. My van will fit in his box truck. He had some cool ideas though. I liked he had a box truck which normally the back would roll up, but instead he did the back like a drawbridge. And he said he uses a stage, which I thought was a clever idea. I think one of the things that makes van videos and just box truck, all these kinds of videos fun to watch is when there's an example of ingenuity, right? Where someone does something that they solve a problem in a very off-the-wall way, or they do something that no one would have thought of, right? But I think he said, he couldn't have a roll-up because he had, had all this insulation and stuff he'd installed, so he wouldn't be, he couldn't use the mechanism to roll it up. So, some people would just think, well, I'm just never gonna open it. It'll just be a permanently closed thing. But instead he came up with this alternative idea. I need to add some logic to Tubi. Oh, and cool reason is named it Topeka around the corner. Topeka around the corner. I need to add logic to Tubi's brain because on this track, and this happens a lot, there's 2 pads and a texture, which textures are very similar to pads. It really should be a maximum of 2 of any combination of pads and textures. That takes work, so in the meantime we got 2 pads and a texture on a track and no bass. Oh, you're at 50 titles? Cool reason, congrats. Whoops. You're right. You were right. What happened? Drum kit hyper percussive fusion. Oh, we got a milestone. It's Mr. Robert's 1,750th song and 3,700th request. That's a huge milestones there. 3,700th. Beats. Here's how Queen. Or no, sorry. Let's do Mole first. First beat, and then Hug Queen. We got our beats. Well, I really have to order that stuff ASAP, don't I? I'm leaving in a week. Still a few little tiny props I need for next week. Next weekend. Wow, Cooper, he's in 20 pallets of turkey. That is it's a lot of turkey. Mr. Robert, lives matter. Now we'll do a show. Yeah, we'll do a show. I'm going to leave Sunday morning. Yeah. The problem with filmmaking is that the best time to film is just after sunrise and just before sunset, which is not a lot of time. If you have a big film crew, you can film all day, and they'll do these clever things like have these huge sheets that are called silks, which is probably made out of silk. Huge sheet, 20 foot by 20 foot silk that are on these stands, and they use that to diffuse the sunlight so that it's not really harsh sunlight. One of the things I want to do with the van is I actually want to have the top of the van have tons of places to basically rig stuff. Because I want to be able to use the van as a crew person, basically. The van's a giant tripod, a giant lighting stand, a giant silk stand. So if it's in the middle of the day I want to film, I can basically pull the van up and just have silks attached to the van. Because they're attached to the van, I don't have to worry about the stands tipping over. I don't have to worry about sandbags. I don't need a crew to make sure everything's safe because it's just, solid on the van. I can have the camera inside of the van shooting through the window so that, it's just less likely to get knocked over or grabbed or whatever. The van is actually really going to be an amazing crew member. Adoring your heart. Pierre with Absolutely Lost Hope. Molotov cocktail zippy. He's just been looking around YouTube, noticed a lot of Gaza videos. Yeah, some of these things might have to be done by some of the characters in the show, not by me personally. That's definitely not my, would not come naturally to me. Although I could play it super serious, as if I'm, well, I mean, as seriously as people who do this for a living are. Do it absolutely sincere and serious, like I'm talking about real people, but they're all made up. But not in a Batak kind of way, or a badly translated kind of way. In a way where people are going, you know, I haven't heard of that movie or that actress. I should really check it out. And they try to find it. It doesn't exist. Yeah, totally serious, you know, just straight faced, you know. You know, the latest is the actress Isabella Smith, who recently appeared in the sequel to. It's hard to in the sequel to the Boxcar Giant, has been linked romantically. As many of you know, she recently broke up with Dave Johansen. Yes, the football player. But no, she's back in the game. But she's left the sporting world. Well, it depends. It's controversial. Some people say it's a sport, some people don't. But she's moved from the gridiron to the domino court. She's now dating superstar domino stacker Llewellyn James. He says, you could talk us as a character about E.T.'s kid. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And then we have a segment where I strenuously deny the accusations, or I ask everyone to respect my privacy. No, I am not dating Llewellyn James. That's Isabella, what was her name? Smith? And Santa Trolls' kid gaslighting random civilians. And then we have, did I play Zippy? I mean, he says my trombone was not in rehab. The trombone is going to play a role in this first episode, actually. And then we got yesterday's venue inception from Cooper Reason. And then Cooper Reason with Pick This Sound, It's Amazing. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Oh, and that's a debut of Pick This Sound, It's Amazing? Yeah, the first episode is going to be so ambitious compared to subsequent episodes. There's no way I'll be able to match the level of ambition. Unless I only do one episode every month. Because I could definitely I could easily do an episode of this magnitude in a month. It's going to take me longer than a month just because I'm still working on Project X. But I need to be making episodes. I keep reducing the number. When I first had this idea, I was saying I'm gonna make 7 episodes a week every day. And then I was like, well, that's insane. There's no way I'm going to be able to maintain the quality that I want. It's like, okay, I'm going to do 3 episodes. And then Rios was like, maybe that's crazy. I was thinking I'll do an episode every day there's a show, so it, hype the show. And I was thinking, I don't know, that might be, I was like, maybe I should do 2. And then later I'm thinking, maybe I should just do 1 a week. No, I'm gonna try to do 2 or 3 a week for at least 6 months, and then scale it back before I go insane. Doug's assuming we're getting 7-second episodes. I think I've said this before. The key is if I can keep doing new things that I've never done before, I don't think I'll get burnt out. And it can't be new things within a category. It has to be something totally different. Otherwise, I know I'll get burnt out. I'll just get bored. And then I'll be, when I'm not bored, I have almost unlimited energy. But when I'm bored, I have 0 energy. Everything seems impossible when I'm bored. Bug Queen is back. He says, what about tutorial videos? Another content type. Teach how to play triangle. But I keep missing. It's a 20-minute tutorial video, but it's just me missing the triangle over and over again. I'm sure I'll get it this time. No. And I try different techniques. I try sort of like really winding up for it. Try getting real close, but still I miss it. Settlist says, I'm pretty low energy when watching the show. Now I know why. Let's see. I hope y'all enjoy this video. I hope it works. Because I can't do it just for the fun of it, unfortunately. It has to be effective. I don't have time to do stuff for fun. It has to be effective. I mean, effective is a relative term. I mean, my definition of effective might be total failure by most people's definition. He says, trying a video would be weird enough to work. That was kind of what we just did. And then I finally, at the very end, I hit it. But instead of dinging, it's like the sound of a tuba, It's like, even then I can't get it right. Even when I hit it, if I finally hit it, somehow I messed it up. Or it could be a music video where it's like, whoever edited the video has no idea what's going on. You've definitely seen this I've seen this in symphony recordings and videos and stuff, where every time you hear an instrument, they cut to the wrong instrument, so you hear a piccolo, but then they cut to the trombone, and then you hear a trombone, then right when they cut to the flute. Jazz is not a tuba foghorn. Yeah, that's funnier. That's funny. Hey, Druniacs here. How are you? And Coop Stofo. You had a long game of disc golf? Oh, that sounds really fun. Oh, it's so nice to be outside. Here we go. I could do it. It'd be fun. We're talking about trick shot videos. Is it could be a trick shot video that's a music production, right? So, something like maybe I don't know. We've got glasses of water that are metal. I don't know what, and they've different pitches, and I have to hit them with a frisbee or something. But then I cut it together so that it's makes a song. I don't know. Okay, I'm just brainstorming now. Not necessarily a good idea. Let's add this bowl. 60 degrees Fahrenheit, nice. Cool Reason says Kid revives the Gong Show. Pick this sound, it's amazing. Well, it looks like chat picked it. Here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Let's see. Hey, VicitUnus gave his title Triangular Vision. Gustavo, give what you need. Djuniac 007, this is life. Chucky with Mutant Ink. Like machine guns, bullets on the keyboard, rewrite my code. Yeah, fingers like machine guns, bullets on the keyboard, rewrite my code. Oh, and I used the title from Hug Queen as a lyric, Light of Day. Bullets on the keyboard, rewrite my code. Rewrite my code. Rewrite my code. This is what you did with Triangle's Genius. You could tell I've been practicing. That took a lot of skill, what I did. This is what you added to instruments, played along with me, because you played Savat with that as well. Yeah, we need to have it on more often, I think, Triangle. This is what is musical purposes the plunger serve? It's commonly used on trombones and trumpets. You can get a wah-wah effect. Yeah. Let's see if I mute. I mean, it doesn't really fit with the kind of this music in the background. But I'll give you an idea. Yeah, you're mainly going to hear it in jazz. Yeah, and Dixieland jazz and big band jazz. Some other titles. Muty with Triples in the Pond. Mass Production. Aaron Square. Hug Queen. See, this is why we don't have nice things. Cool reason, Trifocal Point. Gustavo Triceptosaurus Rex. Chucky, Triangle Not Forgotten. Ant Mod, Schrodinger's Triangle. Mass production is now known as reproduction. Who is this? Easy for you to say, kid? What did I say? Oh, it looks like we can do a slow one. I mean, this was sort of, this part was slow. This is something I like doing. I've done this a number of times. Is if we're on a fast track, I mean, this one's not that fast, but it's 120 something, right? Take out the drums and the bass, anything that's implying the rhythm, that's the BPM, right? And get pretty ambient, so it feels more like halftime or quarter time even. Build that up, and then slowly bring in the drums and the bass again. One of the I think earliest recorded examples that I know of very ambient music with fast drums is actually Miles Davis. I think it's, if I remember, which album is it? I think it's on Get Up With It. Or maybe, I think it's Get Up With It. I went on a hike and was listening to, what was it? Was it Miles Smiles? Which album was it? It wasn't, no, not Miles Smiles. What was I listening to? Miles in the Sky. I was listening to Miles in the Sky. And I was just amazed at the first track on that album. I haven't listened. I mean, my favorite period of Miles is late '60s, early '70s. For some reason, I haven't really listened to this album very many times. Miles in the Sky. But on the first track, I think it was the first track, it's just amazing listening to the drummer, Tony Williams. Just the variety of things he was doing on that track. Tony Williams, you know, was a prodigy. I mean, he was, this was in 1968, and how old was he? Well, I guess he was 23, but he started playing with Miles, I think, when he was 17 years old. Let's end this poll. Oh, thanks, D. Druniak. Thank you. He says, why go slowly? Why not drop drums like a ton of bricks? Well, I do that too. I do that sometimes too. Yeah. Thank you, VicitUnus. VicitUnus has named it Triangular Vision. Triangular Vision. Okay, this next track is going to feature Weird Gecko's first drum loop and Pierre TV's 75th song and Jazzy's 250th. Oh, thank you, Doug. Thank you so much. Thank you. Big donation from Doug. Doug says, not much, but it's a start. Double drums. Drungs. What are drungs? Double drums. 4 on the floor to get us going. Hope there's one more song after this. Thank you, Doug. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Doug. Thank you. He says, say no to drungs. How many days? We're almost to 35 days to December 11th. What's today? The 5th? 6th? So next week, I'm going to make it official. And we're going to start the countdown. A lot of pressure. I mean, I'm mainly feeling pressure on the video actually, because Project X, I can't, you know, I've been working on it for what, 15 months or so? Over 3,000 hours. You know, I can't dramatically go much further in 30 days. But the video, that's where I'm feeling the pressure. I mean, I'm feeling pressure for Project X too. Let's be honest. But there's nothing I can do about it. It is what it is. I think at least some of you will be psyched. And some of you will be disappointed. It's called The Emperor's New Show. It's not, don't worry, it's not. The Emperor's New Show. Doug's going to be on the fence. I'm going to hold you to that, Doug. We're going to check in on December 11th, and you decide, you still on the fence, or are you happy on the other side of the fence now? Or do you want to go back to where we were? Our drum kit scientific method. Hey, Muffin Loaf, 3 Muffin Loaf 91's here. Big Boise Pants. Here we go. You want to hear some? We could have some 30-second, 64th notes. Should we do 64th notes? How do I zoom in? Forget how to zoom in. What do I do? Is it up here? Oh, that's how I do it. We're going to do 64th notes right here. Is that 60? Am I doing that math right in my head? That's 64th notes, right? See, they don't sound very fast at 50 BPM. He says it's a new creative journey. That's how you guys see it. Change is most difficult on the eve. Crafting something unique, that's for sure. Thank you. Don't assume it's unique, though. It might be, but it might not be. Okay, there's our first beat. Weird geckos. Yeah, it's not. I'm not worried about. I'm worried in a very pragmatic way about. And that's why I feel pressure. Pragmatic pressure. I feel pragmatic pressure. And that I hope that it needs to give us momentum. We need some momentum to get us to the van, and then I'm hoping the van gives us some momentum that will get us to the moon. Just get us on solid ground and not on quicksand. Doug says momentum, no problems. Yeah. Because I'm a big Boise, I can deal with this one. Okay. Sounds. Fractional kazoo fundamentals from Jazzy. It's gonna be good for the show. Project X. It's not entirely good for me personally, because I would strongly prefer working on it another 6 months to a year. But I don't have that luxury. So I'm gonna make the best of it, even though I would strongly prefer more time. VicitUnus with bassoon solo legato. She says, when you're driving around, do you plan on working at nightclubs, to earn tons of money? Probably not. It's harder to make money at clubs than it is on Twitch, and it's not easy on Twitch. That's how difficult it is to earn money in clubs. Yeah, it's not easy. At least doing what I'm doing. If I were going to go into clubs and play Bon Jovi songs, then I could probably make money. I'd have to learn Bon Jovi songs, and I don't know any Bon Jovi songs. But yeah, it's really difficult to that's that's the reason I'd stopped playing music entirely until I had the idea for this show. And although I was it was idealism that drove me to do it, I also knew that from a practical point of view, I don't have any, I didn't have any money, so I needed the show to be able to fund it. But Twitch seemed like, of all the possibilities, the most likely way for it to work. And in many ways it has. I just mean in a purely financial sense. I mean, but I'm not bankrupt, but I nearly was. That last year in California was a pretty bad situation. Bassoon solo legato, and we are headed in that direction again. So that's why I'm feeling pressure. And then we got Chucky with a chorus of Wombat Angels. He says that practice is what I call hunger, and hunger is what makes great first albums, amazing art. Empty flies feed on food, on thought. There's truth, I love Project X. I love working on it. And I think this YouTube thing will be fun, mostly. But, I definitely wouldn't be doing the YouTube thing, I don't think, if things were easier. So, Project X I would have still done, but I wouldn't have tried to do it as intensely because I would have had a life outside of the show. But it may be with Project X, the nature of Project X, it's very possible that my only chance at achieving what I want to with it required me to work as hard as I did in a very condensed period of time. It's very possible that was necessary. And if I tried to do it more, slowly over multiple years, it never really would have happened. I don't know. Well, it's impossible to know. But I do hope that someday I can relax a little bit. Someday. I'm okay for a little, I think for another year. I think I can do it for another year working like this, but I'm getting old. Chad. It's not the same living like a starving artist when you're middle-aged than it is when you're 20. And then Pierre Queenie, jump in, we're going. But I still got it. I still got it in me. I still got that starving artist willingness, at least for a little longer. Cool reason, Halley's Comet Flyboy. Flyby. Flyboy. I'm just imagining as some sort of weird hip-hop, I don't know, hip-hop thing, Halley's Comet Flyboys. I don't know, what would it be? Maybe it's some sort of Saturday Night Live sketch, I think. The Haley's Come with Flyboys. Pretty cool reason to see if we can say right if we pick it. I think one of my advantages that I have is that I've never really, well, not since I was about 14 years old. I've never based my sense of myself, what I'm doing, my art, on what other people think. It's just, I remember in high school I was at this new school, and there was an assembly. It was the day it was soon after Miles Davis passed away, and there was a teacher in the school who played jazz piano, and I was just starting to play jazz. I was very much of a beginner, and I wasn't advanced enough to play a Miles Davis song. So I had these exercises that my teacher had given me, jazz exercises, written out, which is not really jazz, if you're just reading. But that's all I could do. And but we did in assembly, in this sort of what is it called? I don't know. This school. There'd be school things every couple of days, and anyway, me and this teacher, and I was a new kid, and we went up and we played. I just played this song. I played on trombone, not on trumpet, right? Miles was a trumpet. I played trombone, just this jazz exercise. I think I was 13 or 14 years old. I don't. And we got a standing ovation, right? Which is unexpected if you're a high school kid playing jazz, but we got a standing ovation, and I really appreciated it. In terms of me sort of feeling that what I was doing had value, and then I never cared again. I don't mean I didn't appreciate people, showing appreciation but it never, after that, for whatever reason, whether people liked or didn't like what I did, it didn't change my own sense of what I was doing. Which gives you a lot of freedom, I think, as a creator. To not be constantly thinking, what can I do so that people will like what I do? But I'm trying. But there are times. This is what I'm getting at. There are times when it's really helpful to be able to think that way. But it's not very natural for me, because I have a real hard time compromising. And I think with music, I'll never really be able to think that way, because music is always going to be the type of creations that's closest to my heart. But with YouTube, I have to do what's true to me, but I'm also trying to think, are there ways to do what's true to me and it be effective? So I don't starve. But it's not a natural way of thinking at all. I'm just rambling. I'm a rambling man. Is that, who sang Ramblin' Man? Was that that was the Allman Brothers, right? Was that a Dickie Betts song? Does anyone know? I know there's someone who might be lurking who might know. It's got to be someone who, Ramblin' Man, that's Dickie Betts, right? But an Allman Brothers song? Or is it not Dickie Betts? Is it did, I don't think Greg Allman didn't sing it, right? Nobody knows. I'm still rambling. Okay, sound. We got a new sound. Doug unlocked sound PHI. Oh no. I'm sorry, Big Papa. That's rough. Hopefully the recovery is quick and easy and you're back to 100%. But I do, I think, for those of you who are creating stuff, I think it's, and I do appreciate it when people express appreciation. I absolutely do. But I encourage people who, if that's your motivation for why you're creating, to get approval, that's a very tough position to be in as a creator. It's a very because then when you're creating, you're not really in the moment of what you're doing. You're thinking about the ends, the results, right? What's going to happen when this song is finished? Is it going to be a hit record, or, right? As opposed to just being, I'm going to make the best song that I can at this moment in time. And what happens with it is what's going to happen. That's PHI. And then cool reason named the sound Delilah. Yeah, Big Papa, yeah, speedy recovery. Speedy recovery. Send this pole. Yeah, PHI. Oh, no, it's not. You're right. Thank you for clarifying. No, that's not it. Is that a tuba? Oh, absolutely. This is a tuba. Oh, man. What's a wombat angel? Well, there was we had someone in our community who probably hasn't been here in a while, but was in the early days. Their username was something wombat angel, I think. So I don't know if did they name it or did someone else name it in honor of them, or maybe maybe they named themselves after something I don't know about. Does anyone know? Is Wombat Angel from a game or? Oh, thanks so much, and so PLDC gifted a sub. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I know people are going to be like, you spent 3,000 hours and this is what it is. Some things take a lot more time for some people than other. I don't know. Here we go. And you're not even finished? You're not even finished 3,000 hours, and by your definition, you're not even close to being finished? How is that possible? 3,000 hours? Here we go. Let's do it. Oh, and another gifted sub. Thank you so much, Enkoa. Media's fonts aren't easy to pick. Yeah. No, as I've learned the hard way. Here we go. Time to etc. Thanks for those gifted subs. Thanks so much. It's a slow start, it's about to get going. I ain't getting younger, there's a fire below, there's a fire below. Thanks for those calps. Thank you. Let's see our titles. Weird Geckos with Deceiving Elevation. 3 Muffin Love 91, Virtual Duality. Mutifactured. Bounty Hunger. Mass Production. Tungsten. Yeah, I didn't get the pun until just now, Doug. Bounty Hunger, yeah. Oh, thanks so much, Telos Chaos. Thank you for the cheer. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. When I used 2 titles as lyric inspiration from Deactival 7 Slow Start, Just Wait, and then Mutifactured, You're Not Getting Any Hunger, although I did sing Younger. Oh, mass production named Sound Fills Harmonica. Oh, thanks so much, Koa. Fieldy Saints, thanks so much for that donation. And Koa says, great show, glad to be able to come back and enjoy your music and community. Thank you so much. Thank you. He says, that was an amazing journey from build up to build down. Thank you. Thank you. So it's going to be official next week, but it's all but official. December 11th, Saturday, December 11th. Biggest show in the history of this channel. We've done over 1,000 shows, right? Over 1,000, yeah. Over 1,000 shows. This could be the biggest one. So much is going to be happening at that show. So much. Celebrating 5 years on Twitch, bringing back all the different generations of our community over the last 5 years, debuting Project X, launching Project X, phase 1 of Project X. There's going to be a ton of announcements about upcoming things. Tons. About 17 announcements. I think about 17. Is that right? Something like that. Or 14 or 15. I'm going to be debuting the first episode of my new YouTube show, which is all sorts of stuff. It's a travel vlog meets variety show. There's going to be sketches, there's music, there's badly translated game show. Oh, and we need to do a new Project X vote. Oh wow, thank you so much. Bury the tripod. Thank you so much. Barry says, bury the tripod, Yorkie. Follow me on Instagram if you want. Wait. Bury the tripod, Yorkie. I don't know if I'm logged into Instagram, but is it a... Oh, it's a dog! Well, that's what Yorkie means, isn't it? Oh, that's awesome. I love that we're big with the canines. This show is big with the canines. Oh, I am logged in. I can follow you. Harry the tripod. Thank you so much for that big donation. Thank you so much. Wow, thank you. Thank you, Barry. And thank you, Chucky. Thank you, Chucky, for a donation. Chucky writes, another for my download connection. Thank you, Barry. Thank you, Chucky. Oh, hey there. Hello, Buggy. Oh, and thank you so much, Phil Def One. Phil Def, you're a jazz guitarist. Do you stream on Twitch? Right, so I'm a jazz guitarist, more straight ahead, but I love what you're doing with streaming. Very inspiring. Thank you. Thank you. I love jazz. I don't consider myself a jazz musician because I just don't have the jazz chops at that level, you know, but I have played a lot of jazz in my life, especially on trombone. Someday, maybe 20 years from now when I have my jazz chops, we'll have a live jazz show with the band. Hey, Bishop Elbows. Meaty says, out of all the jazz legends, who do you think make a great streamer? Bet Miles will get banned. Without a doubt, Cannonball Adderley. Cannonball, it's easy. I mean, Cannonball Adderley is one of my favorite musicians of all time, but that's not why I'm saying it. Cannonball Adderley was pure charisma. He was so funny in between songs and stuff. I have a bunch of his live albums. He's just a joyful, he was. Sadly, he passed away in the 70s. Very young, but Cannonball Adderley would be an incredible streamer. Miles Davis was real shy, and I don't think Miles would have the patience for a lot of aspects of streaming. Yeah, he'd hate it, I think. But Cannonball would be amazing. Cannonball Adderley. It makes me so happy listening to Cannonball talk. And play. I mean, it's just his. There's not many jazz musicians where I listen to them and I hear happiness and joy, like I do with Cannonball. I mean, not always. He had a good emotional spectrum, but just so much joy through that saxophone. Cannonball Adderley. Didn't I play Melodica on a song tonight? When did I play the Melodica? Was that the last track? I've not been taking good notes, I don't think. I think it was the third track I played Melodica. And then I just did voice and Rhodes on this. You imagine a booming voice from Cannonball? Is that the emote booming? I mean, he's not soft spoken. I wouldn't say that. He's he's a big fellow. He was a big fellow. There's this great live album that has Nancy Wilson and Lou Rawls on it and as guests. I can't do an impression. I mean, I am not, but it just he's just very expressive. Very expressive. Oh, and Lou Rawls just had a kid or a new baby or something, and he says it's 8-pound baby, and then Cannonball just over and over is like, 8-pound baby. 8 pounds. He just says it over and over. 8 pounds. 8-pound baby. He was so psyched. 8-pound baby. Awesome. And flute, yeah, I had flute on the last track, yeah. Oh, I played flute on this track? Oh, yeah. Did I? Oh, wait. Flute was on the last track. I think it's 8 pounds, but 8 pounds is not that heavy for a baby, right? I mean, it's on the heavier side, but it's not crazy heavy. I generally don't like jazz singers. I almost never do. But Nancy Wilson did an album with Cannonball, and then she also sang live on this one live album. And there's a song called Save Your Love for Me that she sings that just gives me chills. Gives me chills when I listen to her. I love her voice. She's an amazing voice. Oh yeah, Cannonball calls her Sweet Nancy. Sweet Nancy. Cool Breeze is 5 pounds. Average is 7 pounds 7 ounces, Mole says. Yeah, and he was a 3.63 kilogram baby. I'm sad to say I can't do the conversion in my head, so I don't know if that means you were 50 pounds or 1 pound. Okay. Moles, your son was 9 pound 8 ounces. Oh, the tie-dye thing? Oh yeah, it's a thunder tube. You get lots of different sounds. Let me shout out some titles. Drew Fire in the Heart, Manufactured, In My Hunger Days, VicitUnus Full Circle, Mass Production, Incisor Trading, Hug Queen Blue Moon Shining Bright, Cool Breeze and Root Force, So Homage Ape Tight, oh, and you converted 8 pounds, I see. Cool Breeze is a random meets the kid fact who was once known as Thunder Tubby. Oh, I forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Thunder Tubby. That's right. Thunder Tubby. Thunder Tubby. I'm still stuck on Bodybuilder Tubby Stongneck. I just can't seem to say goodbye to it. Just like it too much. Mass production is now reproduction. Didn't you? Wait, was that? You already did that one, right? Wait, did I already say that? Bodybuilder Tubby Stongneck. Send this bowl. Virtual Duality. Muffin. Thank you, Muffin. Virtual Duality. is funny. Remember back in school when you had to write a paper and it wasn't long enough? But you don't have any more time, so you're just trying to figure out ways to pad your paper with the margins or the spacing, or just adding in unnecessary words in as many sentences as you can. It is way easier, I think, to make something longer than it is to make writing shorter, I find. I mean, you're probably not surprised considering how much I talk, but I was working on this afternoon, the first part of my first episode of the YouTube show, the new show. There's a lot of, it's important, it's talking, but there's lots of cutaways to keep it interesting, hopefully. But my goal was to have it be 2 minutes, but it's more like 2.5 minutes, and I just can't cut it. I can't figure out what to cut. Everything is important, it seems. Probably none of it's important, but, oh, we have a pie chart. Oh yeah, thank you. Tubi, you ready? Bring out Tubi. What do you got for us today, Tubi?
Imagine if all 231 of my loyal followers were here to vote. That would be magnificent. It's time for Pose and Pies. Here's a question. The next time you buy arm triangle shirts, which of the following would you like printed all over them? And your options. 1. Rick Astley. 2. Kiss. 3. Unicycle jousting. 4. Beeps. 5. Pit House. 6. EE Times.
The next time, I don't understand some of those answers, but the next time you buy arm triangle shirts, which of the following would you like printed all over them? Rick Astley, Kiss, it's lowercase, so it's not the band, so I guess what's that, just Kissy? I don't know if that's just, is that just Kissy Lips?
Totally.
Oh, or unicycle jousting, Beeps, Pit House, or E Times. I gotta go with unicycle jousting. That would be an amazing shirt. I want to see that in real life. Is that a real thing? I hope it is. Okay, let's end this. Unicycle jousting. We're in agreement mostly. Okay, one more from Tubi.
You want questions? I got M. You want answers? I got M. You want a pet red panda? You're in the wrong place. It's time for Pose and Pies. Here's a question. If you were being attacked by awful tadpoles, which of the following would be best to have to protect yourself?
Awful.
And your options. 1. Sombrero. 2. Snorkel. 3. RV. 4. Staircase. 5. Inspiration.
It's hard to imagine a situation where tadpoles could cause real danger to a human. I mean, you would need an awfully large number of tadpoles. So I think any of those things would be plenty to protect ourselves. Maybe not the snorkel, because it's probably you're in the situation in the first place because you're in the water with your snorkel. And tadpoles have all jumped down the snorkel, so they're choking you. So that's out. But an RV? Oh, Cool Reasons changed the rules now. We're talking whale-sized tadpoles. Well, then I guess it's the RV. Or inspiration. I mean, inspiration is always helpful. Staircase. Do you think whale-sized tadpoles can climb staircases? I think it might be difficult. Oh, as he says, the tadpoles are in your bloodstream. Wow, you might be in trouble then. Mole remembers the documentary about giant carnivorous tadpoles? Is that real? He says, did we end the tadpole yet? We're about to, but I gotta vote. I'm gonna say RV, because I'm in the business for looking for that kind of vehicle anyway. Let's end this poll. Oh, it's a tie between sombrero, staircase, and inspiration. Only I chose RV? Sombrero. Those of you who chose sombrero, please explain how you think a sombrero is going to protect you against this army of tadpoles. Have I told y'all I'm addicted to yogurt? I think I've mentioned that. I'm definitely addicted now. I'm gonna have a yogurt problem. Check for Say My Names. Okay, we already did that. Or no, reproduction became the good, the bad, and the dugly. That's a good one. Okay. Oh, Billiam. Billiam93, how you doing? How's it going? Thank you so much. 10 subs. 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much, Billiam. Wow, thank you so much. Honor for Billiam93. How's life been? It's been a while. I hope you're doing good. Oh, good night, Mo. Long time no listen. Yeah, I know. That's cool. I understand. Hopefully, I'm telling everyone who's drops in who hasn't been in a while, we got a huge show, December 11th. Huge show. It's biggest show I'm ever going to do in my life. Lots of new things, lots of announcements, lots of launches and surprises. Maybe not lots of surprises. A couple big surprises, hopefully. But it's good to see you. Our show is live from Running Away From Me. We did 4 tracks, Napoleon Domino Might, Topeka around the corner, Triangular Vision, Virtual Duality. How is it I let 2 puns make it onto the board like that? Maybe 4. Y'all know how I don't get puns, so maybe they're all puns. I only get the first 2. Yeah, hopefully, it's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. Saturday, December 11th, in 35 days. Do our thank yous, our superstar mods, Cool Reason and Tubi. And then, we're missing one of these donations with the, we had a big donation from Barry, the Tripod Yorkie. I don't know why it didn't make it on screen, but thank you, Barry. Thank you. I love how it's listed on the web, on Instagram. It says Barry the Tripod, and then under it says blogger. Thanks, Doug. Thanks, NCOA PLDC. Thanks, Chucky. Thanks for the big cheer from Telos Chaos. Thank you. Thanks. And there should be more gifted subs listed, but anyway, I don't know why they're not there. But thanks to Billiam for gifting to John and Monocle Mouse, and Koa for D. Druniak and Albiero. Thanks to our lurkers and chatters. Now it's time for the shout out. These 14 names you see on screen, either named our current tour, named our venue, named one of our songs, and made a request. We featured 3 Muffin Level 91, Chucky Colberries, and D. Druniak 007, Hug Queen LD, Jazzy Molotov Cocktail, Mr. Robert, Manufactured, Pierre TV, So Am I, The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, VicitUnus, and Weird Geckos. I feel like at 14, I almost just started doing them backwards. Så keg dwer dra sunotisv I lugdud eth dra dab eth dug eth igamo wes viti yep. Okay, I won't go through all of them. I did make it halfway though. Throw our subcredits. That's actually very difficult to do, or for me at least. Oh, and just in case, I'll play we had our featured sound. We're almost at the goal. If we hit this goal, we're gonna unlock this sound. That's not it though. Still loading. Still loading. Oh, Billiam and anyone else who's hasn't been in a while, the current schedule is Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. I change my schedule about once every year or so, year and a half. I think this is maybe my 4th schedule I've had. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. And then the schedule will probably change in the spring when I move the show into a van. Yes, that is the plan. I will be traveling around the United States streaming from a little tiny van. Beginning in the spring sometime. And I will probably stream more frequently when I'm in the van. But I probably won't be doing more music shows. It'll be more talk, hangout, hiking, outdoor, stuff like that. Very possibly I'll keep the music stream schedule the same. This assumes that vans aren't $200,000 to buy by this spring. I saw the van that I'm considering, I saw it on one on Craigslist that they were selling for $5,000, and it had a rolled back odometer. And with the rolled back odometer, it had 190,000 miles on it. So that's insane, right? That's going for $5,000 with a rolled back odometer. Already 190,000 miles. That's craziness. Craziness. It's gonna cost like $20,000 to get a 10-year-old minivan. Not a mini cargo van. Going to potentially cost 20 grand. What's up? What's up with that? Oh, I have some new friends and bands. Good, the Bad, and Ugly gave to Muty. Ultimutants Molded My Morals is proud to present the new opponent here at KWF. Solomon is ready to win the T-Rex Invalid. After meeting Hug's former friend, the Eagle Blobfish, he was now just lost. And the big arm he learned in Montana is a good combination of these 4 polymers. The guards fear the possible splash into the dough as they load their signatures. Cobrisa's cargo van might be less expensive. Well, it is a cargo. It's a mini cargo van. But the cargo, what I've seen is cargo vans are for the same age and miles, they're still more expensive. And they're almost, I mean, it's almost impossible to find vehicles at all right now. There's just, because car manufacturers are not able to make new vehicles because of this semiconductor shortage. So that's making used vehicles way more valuable. As he says, 5,000 for a van that's been propped up and run in reverse. Yeah. Right. So I mean, how many miles does it have? It's been reversed, and is it already is 100? It still is 190. I'm thinking it has like 700,000 miles. You know. And it was also in the ad. They're like, it's in the shop. You're gonna need to spend at least $600 to get it running. And you got to pay us $5,000. I mean, it might be fair. I don't know. In this market, that might be totally fair and reasonable. I don't know. Cool Reason got a Bam Badly. The latest news: a new Cool Reason 78 has been added. Phil and Chinchilla. Active viewers know that their best experiences are not the best. They started out in the medical world. New rock and roll song, high five, dislikes, and bad. Every night. What is... Okay, Doug gave to Asdi, a friend. It's Maximilian Frankenstein, a humorously plump lynx who got a bike. You can ride it if you like. And then gave to Hug Queen, meet your new DLD cool girl friend. It's Ferdinand Vopton, a special hairdresser, returns with his favorite toothpaste tube and then a large glass of orange juice. And Doug, don't let me forget we got a double drums of 4 on the floor for next show. Deuces, you gonna take some car repair? Probably not. I probably not. As of now, I'm not very interested in car repair, and I think unless I was interested, I think it's probably better for me to focus on other things and then have to go to a mechanic if I have to, you know. Yeah, but I'm just not that interested in. I'm generally not very interested in. I love constructing things in the abstract. I love, I don't know if I love coding, but I code. But I've never been that interested in electronics or, building things. But I might change. I'm going to have to build the van. Well, not the van itself, but the interior. So maybe. I mean, I never expected I'd be planning on moving into a van. So it's very possible that I will be taking a car repair class and loving it. I don't know. You never know. Doug says, how much are you hoping to buy the van for? I mean, I'm not going to have the money to buy it anything more than a down payment because I'm going to need so much money for other aspects of this. So I'm hoping, which unfortunately means I probably can't buy privately, right? Because it's going to mean I'm going to need to do a car loan, which means I'll probably need to buy from a dealer. I don't know. Is that true? Can you get car loans when you buy a car privately? Does anyone know that? So, I mean, the vehicles I've been looking at are generally 15 to 20,000 right now, and these are 10-year-old vans with, so yeah, so down payment is usually what, 10%? So basically 1,500 to 2,000 for a down payment. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, the Kickstarter is going to be extremely ambitious. I don't know if it's, it feels extremely ambitious, but maybe we'll have a miracle and it'll go far over and I'll be able to buy more of the van up front. I don't know. Yeah. It's stressful. It's very stressful. I made a decision a couple years ago that I was not going to take a penny more debt to keep this show going. That if I had to take a penny more debt, I was going to end the show. And the way I'm justifying the car loan is that it's for the YouTube. That's why I'm willing to take debt, is for the YouTube idea. That's how I'm justifying it in my mind. But it does not feel good to, when I still have not paid off all the money I borrowed in order to make this show happen. Doesn't feel very good. But I got, like I was saying earlier, I still got that willingness to take risks in me, for better or worse. Doug's is not for the show, it's also for home, right? Right, yeah. So that's another good. Thank you. Further justification for, and it's going to be cheaper than rent. The van will be cheaper than rent for sure. Van payments will be cheaper than rent. Drew says, get all the info, bank and cut a check. One of the frustrating things is I don't know if I'll be able to find a vehicle in New Mexico. I might have to go to another state. That's how few vehicles there are. I've been sort of monitoring, and I haven't seen a single van in what I'm looking for in New Mexico since July that fits my criteria. There are some in Colorado, but the process of going to another. I've never personally purchased a car. As many people here know, I briefly owned a van with a band. I owned a quarter of a van, 2 vans. We owned 2 vans, one after, not at the same time. But I've never personally owned one, so it's, for the most part, it's a very new experience. This process. He says, try contacting car manufacturers, explain idea. In Dutch, just saying you got the no, you could get the yes. Yeah, they'd want a sponsorship. That's the problem. I can't. And I don't know. I think I have a better chance of finding $1 billion in a suitcase than any major company wanting to work with me, because I just have nothing to offer them. But I mean, I appreciate you pushing me on this, Muty, because maybe someday I will smarten up and think more commercially, but it's a huge bridge for me to cross to. I mean, I'm totally fine. If someone wanted to give me a van, a company, I'd be fine, provided I don't have to say that I'm sponsored. Provided I could say it's a gift, but that I don't encourage other people to buy it. I can't. That's what I can't do. I cannot tell people they should buy something. Coolberry says New Mexico is pretty sparsely populated. B says don't assume they would want. Business crazy. Explain your terms. What if they say yes? Yeah, I don't know. I'll think about it, Beauty. I will think about it. I will think about it. I mean, I have on occasion written and gotten things. Not very many things. but it's never been. There's never been an expectation that it's a sponsorship that I have to promote their product. Drew says, how many use school buses? 5,000, 20,000? Yeah, I think I'm just not ready to do a vehicle that big. It would really stress me out. Which I know for most of you probably drive all the time and that seems silly, but it's just for such very small parts of my life have I had access to vehicles. And when I've had access, I almost never drove anyway. Or would never drive. I mean, I have access to a vehicle sometimes now, but I almost never drive. So I think I'm probably going to start with the smaller vehicle, and then I can always go bigger. Because a lot of the van life people who really make a life of it, or more than a year, go through a number of vehicles, as they sort of figure out what it is they want. And but I'm going into this very much thinking that the world is my canvas, so to speak. That's a cheesy metaphor, but I'm going to use it. The world is my canvas, not so much the van. So the van is a vehicle, both literally and figuratively, to get me to my canvas. So that I'm really pushing this metaphor, paint wherever I want to paint. So, yeah. But as I've said in the past, until I buy the vehicle, y'all might convince me to do it. I don't know. I might go with the bigger vehicle. I might go with the school bus. You never know. A lot can happen we're getting closer and closer. I mean, the goal is to buy this in January or February. So it's actually not that far away. Time is moving so quickly. Time is moving quick. Cool Reason says, the world is my canvas, the van is my oyster. But, I could be wrong, but I don't think that the size of the vehicle is going to make a difference in terms of whether I enjoy the experience, whether it's a successful experience. I don't think it's going to really make a difference. I think there's other things that I'm very worried about, but they don't really have anything to do with the size of the vehicle. Because I'm looking forward to having a lot less stuff and trying to simplify and I'll miss the Rhodes, but I miss it now more because I'm right next to it. I know how I am. Once I'm on the road, I'm not going to think about it. If it's not an option, I tend not to think about stuff. I focus on what I have that I can use. Corey says if it was an old school bus, you could actually stand in that. I don't know. How tall are school buses? I'm not short. I'm not tall by European standards, but I am on the taller side, I guess, for... if I stand up straight, I'm probably almost 6'1". I don't stand up straight, so I'm probably 6 feet. Oh, thanks, Billiam. Billiam says, to me, the show, if that's what you want to call it, because it's so much more, is always about spontaneity. That's what Kid has always been for me. He's inspired me to be more than I thought I could be. Whatever it is you decide, it's going to be uniquely yours and awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think, we spent 2.5 years in the old studio. We'll be in this studio for about 2.5 years. it's just it's time for a change. Even the financial motivations behind all this, it's really time for a change for the show, and I think it's going to be really exciting for there's going to be, I know, like all things, there's going to be some rough, I'm going to have to some things to figure out, but it's just, I'm going to have so much new stimulation and inspiration coming at me. I told you something. I pretty much lived almost 24/7 in this room for 2.5 years, and so it's going to be real good for me. Oh, and Muti said, take out the seats, charge admission. I mean, what people could do is if people have their phones, they could listen to the show, and I could play outside. They could listen to their phones, and there'd be a delay. It'd be like, I don't know. I wonder how long of a delay it would be. I wonder if it would feel awkward. It might not be that bad. I don't know. Otherwise, I would need speakers or something. Muffin says, things are really moving that way for you. You feel moving that way for me in which regard? You mean move it this plan? This plan is not a question at this point. I mean, this is happening. Something extraordinary would have to happen, either good or bad, to derail this plan. I don't have a plan B. There's no plan B. This is it. I can't have my current situation. There is flexibility, but it's not. I've sort of been here a lot longer than I think I expected, they expected, and there's other needs for this space. So I really have, and the problem is that it's what's happened on Twitch, which is great. There's a lot more people playing on Twitch, which is awesome, but there's not as many new people watching music streamers. So there's more streamers for fewer viewers, and it's getting very difficult. And I'm not the kind of person that wants to wait until I reach a month where it's like I gotta rob a bank. Like that's what we're approaching. If something doesn't happen, right? That's why I'm hoping the Project X and all this stuff is going to give us some time until the van's going to help financially. And much more important than the van helping financially, it's that I'm hoping that it creates some new, unique ways for people to discover this show. Thanks again for Billiam for saying that's a really kind thing. I appreciate you saying that. Thank you. And thanks, and the rest of Muffet's messages. I'm sure you'll have all the right skills no matter what. Thank you. I'm sure I'll stumble and have some challenges, but I think I'm at a stage in my life where I don't have any, for better or worse, I don't have any. I'm not in a relationship. I haven't been in 3 years or so, and I don't have a dog. I don't have any major things that are keeping me anywhere. The only major thing is my debt, right? My debt is an ever-present companion. Who needs a relationship when you got debt? The debt is true forever, right? And I don't know if I would have considered this, 5-10 years ago. I don't think I would. I don't think I would have been in a place to see the opportunity, right? Whereas now it's, it's true that what motivated me originally to think about it was financial, but the more I've thought about it, the more I've excited I've become, and I think it's I think it's going to be amazing. I don't know if it's going to be something I want to do the rest of my life, but, this may be the only time in my life where I could do something like this. You never know. Situation might change. There might be, who knows, health or family or other reasons that make it not possible at some point. So now is the time. Now is the time. Muff says the downsides of moving things. Yeah, I feel fine about that. It's especially with the financial, because financials have been such a stress for so many years. Having less stuff is less stressful, because if something breaks, there's fewer things that can break, fewer things that can go wrong. And right now the show uses 5 computers, which is insane. But it's, and there's very logical reasons why that's happened. But yeah, I'm looking forward to getting a really powerful laptop that's going to allow me to take these things that were being done on multiple computers and do them just on one computer. Because most of the computers on the show, there's a computer there's 2 computers that are about 10 years old, one computer that's about 6 years old. That's why I need so many computers, because they're not very powerful. So I'm having to distribute between multiple computers. And then this giant thing right here, I don't really need it at this point. But it's just going to be a project to adjust how I do things, so I actually don't need it. Right now I do. I mean, if this were to break, I'd have to cancel shows. But I wouldn't have to replace it. I could work with gear I already have. Oh, thank you. Thanks so much, Barry the Tripod. Thank you. Thank you. Huge donation. Thank you. Barry writes, we all love you, kids. Super excited for the next portion of your amazing journey. Never stop believing. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Honor for Barry the Tripod. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll get some honor in chat for Barry the Tripod. Thank you so much. Thank you. Speaking of old computers, one of them just gave me the screen of death. Did you hear that quick? Thanks, Barry. It's the least important one. It's Tubi's mouth. Tubi's mouth is on its last limbs. But yeah, I think all this stuff is going to ultimately, it's going to, it's probably, maybe for some of y'all, it's a little, you're apprehensive, and there's ways in which I'm apprehensive, about how it might change our experience together. But I remain really optimistic that we're going to be able to keep this going, and all these new things that I'm planning, things related to Project X and the YouTube stuff, it's going to provide, it'll keep things fresh for all of us, and the YouTube stuff, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities for y'all to be involved in a different kind of creativity than we normally do on the show, because I do want to, utilize y'all's creativity when I can. And if I'm able to get the light show in the van, it might not feel that different. Might not feel that different. Corey says Tui's mouse sounds like the auto wrapper at work. That machine has wrapped something like 10 million packages in its lifetime. Is the yarn seam behind me at the end of the plunger? Oh, this? Yeah, I don't need it anymore. Yeah, I recently replaced my old one died. Yeah, I don't really need this. I can throw it away or recycle it or something. Yeah, but I'm just gonna leave it here for now. It might stay there for a while. The welcome on parole. And if anyone's wondering why I have a plunger here, I played it earlier, so I'm not gonna play it again. But this is actually commonly used in jazz, especially on trombone and trumpet, and it gives you a wah-wah type sound because you can imagine, the bell of the instrument, right? When you cover the bell, you're going to get a more muted sound, and so if you open and close it, gives you a bit of a wah-wah kind of sound. Oh, thanks, On Pro. Yeah, sharp eyes, On Pro. You saw that. Sharp eyes. We're going to, unless anyone has any last thoughts or questions or comments, y'all know that when we get into this talk mode, I can go a long time if you keep distracting me. Otherwise, I'm going to look for someone to raid. Hey, Booster Boy. Oh, thanks, Drew. Thank you. That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, things should be pretty normal with the show. I mean, there's gonna be these new stream types, but still, essentially, I'm gonna be in this room, for another 5 months probably. 4 months. No, not 5 months. I guess it's only for about three months or so. And then probably in April, I'll start dismantling this room, and I might do a much simplified setup in this room until I'm ready to move to the van. So, because it's not something that I can just snap my fingers and convert the show from from 4 computers to from 5 computers to, well, it's going to be from 5 computers to 2 computers. It's gonna take probably at least 100 hours to get all that figured out. So there might actually, hopefully I'll be able to not miss any music shows. Oh, thanks, Billy. Cooper says, Project Deep Thoughts with the kid. He's facing Jack Andy. Let's see. We rated this bird. I think we rated her before. Core's only SNL skit back in the day. Yeah, I remember Jack Candy. Oh, can I remember Jack Candy? Oh, I wish there's one. Oh, I can't remember. I'm gonna mess it up. I won't be able to do it. can't find. I want to find someone playing music, but I can't find anyone we haven't rated. Cool reasons not all of us are old enough to remember them. I didn't know this, but apparently Jack Handy's a real person. I thought it was just... I think it's a real person, right? Yeah, it's a real person. I thought it was someone just invented for SNL, but it's Jack Handy is a humorist. Let's read this guy. Yeah. Cool is humorous or humorous. Hey, Brucos. Okay, thanks everybody. Hope you all have a wonderful whatever comes next. December 11th. It's all but official. Biggest show in the history of this channel. December 11th. But we got lots of shows in the meantime. Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday. 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Is that the time? 6 to 10, right? Okay, let's get this raid countdown. Oh, I should have background music going. Okay, thanks everybody. We're going to rate someone new to me. Let's give them a lot of support. Find out what they're all about. Okay, here we go. Okay, let's do it. Take care. See y'all.